Oh, how is everybody? We are back. We got some more Gator to do. And I wanted to be over. We've been doing it forever. What's up, productive time? How are you? Hope you're doing well. Got my scrub today. Oof. Anyway, it's Monday. Hope everyone had a good weekend. Mine was decent. No complaints. I worked more than I wanted to. Okay, the one complaint. One minor complaint. Anyway. Hey, what are you up to today? That's being productive as always. So I have a small list of things I want to do to the Gator. I want to get that forward. Stream, hey Callus, how are you? Hi. Definitely a cute emote. Everyone up to today? And did everyone have a great weekend? Hope you did. Okay, so we need to do that. Big suck, I think we're better on that. Base stuff we need. Light back destroy. This one we still need. I'm going to put this forward in my newer notes. And yeah, we still need the arm border scales. And I made new notes today, what I saw. Wondering how substance tools work. I'm intrigued. What kind of questions do you have? I feel like there might... I know of two workflows, at least two workflows. I'm sure there's some others. Well, no, there's definitely others, because I've seen people do a lot of image to material conversion. Like taking photos of different textures, surfaces, and processing that. So that's at least three workflows. But yeah, so I bring in the model and I do my baking, and then I use the nodes with the maps that I bake, and some noise patterns and some tile samplers to let me create noise patterns to just lay everything out. And then working on each individual thing. Usually I start with height, and then that translates to roughness, roughly. Maybe each section needs a little bit of tweaking. But yeah, then you have ambient occlusion that you can pull out of the height to start working into your roughness, which is nice. Normal can come off that height, can get translated just from the raw height that you have. Ambient occlusion is the same way. You can output an updated curvature if you wanted to, adding the base curvature you bake with a curvature based off of the height of the material you're outputting. Yeah, color can be separate or kind of integrated. You can put your ambient occlusion into the diffuse a little bit if you're not going pure PBR. And then the other workflow, I guess, would be more similar to, and I guess if we're talking all substance tools, Substance Painter. Are you supposed to paint on high topology, or does it work with low topology plus normal map? So you might be able to work on high poly, because you can transfer everything to a low poly through all of its baking tools. Yeah. So if you're using Designer, you have whatever you want to work with. Painter's a little bit more foreign to me. Actually not sure about the abstraction if you're using, well, I don't know. I find Painter to be very similar to just Photoshop with a 3D interface instead of a 2D interface. Or like 2D viewport kind of gets ditched for 3D viewport. But then a lot of the layers are the same. You're just making masks, and in Painter you can't share, unless they updated this, you can't share masks between layers unless you put them in folders to group them. Like, it is very much like the Photoshop kind of hierarchy. So in Painter, a lot of it is just dragging a material to a place and then painting where you want that material to show up. And then using some like basic mask generators to create like dirt passes from ambient occlusion and dripping and all that stuff. A little bit less manual, but you're either kind of working with a like the Photoshop kind of method where you're going to create a thing for each channel for each material, and you're going to paint it by hand on the model, or you're going to just paint where a particular smart material or pre-made base material is on a model, if that makes sense. Hey Yag, how are you? Hope you had a good weekend. But yeah, I would say baking things and working on low poly while having the normal map applied to it might be the more normal workflow. More people use Painter, I think, than Designer. And I think I'm a very small minority of people that actually uses Designer to work on a model. Like, the majority of people are just making materials to bring into Painter and then assigning where they are and then putting a dirt pass over everything. You know what I mean? You okay? How am I? I'm doing pretty decent. I used ChatGPT for the first time today for a thing. To like modify a contract. I was just like asking for clauses and being like, I need this worded differently, and can we change this part and this part? And it scared me in a few ways. It was super efficient. It worked really well. I could see where it makes a lot more accessible, because you can make all the changes to a contract you want and then just get lawyers to kind of check off on it. Make sure that it's all kind of like legit and it's not making up some weird stuff. General contracts, like, you just make up conditions that seem reasonable, and it knows legalese well enough. But that's part of the scary part. Is like, I guess there's some metric out there for average number of prompts equating to amount of water needed to cool the systems. So it's like, okay, well, now at your fingertips, you pretty much have a free button to press to just burn trees and not watch them, but you watch something. So that's worrying. And then, yeah, it's definitely going to make companies feel like they don't need as many people to do certain things. That's worrying. I don't know that society's actually going to want to fill gaps that, I can see tons of layoffs happening. And I just have doubts that people have sympathy for people that are put out of work and how few jobs there are. I don't know why. We have like fear mongering around stuff and pushing everyone needs to work all the time for society to work. And it's like, well, we're getting to the point where we're pushing a lot of jobs to be irrelevant. My dentist was once like, oh, so what does your mom do? Or we were talking about something. The fact that my mother was a cashier for a while came up, and he was like, oh, I'm glad. I don't really like the automated cashiers. And I was like, oh, but why not? Why would you want to interact with a person that's stuck in a booth all day? And he just kind of looked and he was like, yeah, but would you ever want to be a cashier? Like, I'm not gonna say like a demeaning job. It's a job. You get to talk to people. It's like whatever, but it's like low paying for a reason. And it's long hours standing on your feet, pushing buttons. They have a union for a reason because they have to like fight against companies to get fair wages. Like, why wouldn't you want that automated? Sorry, this is the weirdest tangent for how are you? I'm good. I'm good. It's weird to just AI might be nice. My biggest fears are that society is not nice. Society kind of sucks. And also, yeah, climate problems. It was super easy. Hey, Grimy. Oh, thanks for the lurk. So yeah, anyway. Those are my weird feelings on ChatGPT. Because yeah, today is the first time I've ever actually used it myself. Man, did I think it took a second to do something, and no, it like has half of it typed. You hit enter and half of it's just auto typed. Like really incredibly fast. Also means it's super easy to just keep putting in prompts to get whatever you need. Very convenient if it didn't have all the other implications. Anyway, if there's any other topics out there, I'm down. Because this is probably a pretty tired topic too. I know I'm late to the party. I guess I am chatty. Okay, other topics. So, yeah, Catalyst. Does that answer your question at all? Like, which program were you looking at? Or were you looking at the full toolpath? Getting like designer to make materials and then painter? Okay. I would be interested if you can get a trial. There aren't any trials anymore. Finding out if you. When I ran into problems, it was that I would want to make things in Designer and then bring them into Painter, and I'd want to iterate. Like I would start using it and I'd be like, oh, I need this to have another parameter so I can like make this part denser, or like try to make this less shiny, or just like all of these sliders you can expose and you can play with to get everything perfect. You'd find like, oh, if I have full control of the material, sometimes I tweak them and they're not working quite right, or I want more stuff, so I go back and I fix them. But when I would update the material in Painter, it would have reset every value to the default values of the material. And I found it like nigh impossible to work. Well, it's not impossible. It's just like incredibly frustrating and just a waste of time to be in Painter just for a paintbrush while you're really doing all the work in Designer to make things. But yeah, if they fix the bridge, there's a lot of hope. If not, I think Designer's the cooler one because you can get more done, whereas Painter's the one that gets results for your portfolio because someone else tweaked all the settings. Yeah, I'm a little salty about Painter just being like boilerplate texturing. You know what I mean? A bit lost starting with Designer. So yeah, the questions I think where would you want to start? So the workflow I've adopted is bringing in a model, baking out stuff, and then trying to make kind of in-place noises and textures to like blend together to create the final look. But you can also just use it to create swatches, and then use the swatches to apply with a bunch of masks. And the masks you can make, I mean, like I make, but my things are just getting more cluttered because I'm not trying to break out too many separate graphs. But yeah, so if you have Designer and you want to start playing with it, I guess, yeah, do you want to be working on textures themselves like swatches, or do you want to be working on models? Because if you want to work on models, just, drag one in, link it, bake the textures. And like that's a decent starting point. Get all the maps that you think you might want. And then it's all, it's like you're still manipulating 2D, but you get to see the 3D. But less painting, as you might have seen me working with, like, this I painted, but it's kind of miserable. Maybe you could learn to use the tools better than I do. The brushes are a little bit rough. Brush settings get like really high when you usually kind of want to work in a smaller thing. You can't actually paint on the model itself. How do you handle models with multiple materials? Hey Ben, how are you? Hope you had a good weekend. Multiple materials. Do you build material layers in Designer and place masks on UVs? So in Designer, when I have multiple materials, you have a material for each. Like this is showing the one material I have, but there would be another one, and it would be assigned to like different faces. And then you can just control them separately. And then when you're previewing stuff, you just like right click, you do view in 3D view, and it'll let you choose which material you're going to assign to first. And then it shows you this menu of like what channel you assign within the material. Doing great in Maine? Not too bad. Had a really nice weekend. This week, I'm hoping is a little bit more relaxing than last week. Not that the last week was bad, but I was a bit stressed. See, we're off to a good start so far. How about you? How is Unreal? And dance. All the emotes. But yeah, so if you wanted everything to be one actual material, like everything's on one UV sheet, right? Then you can just use masks for different islands. I bake out this UV des VG, and it just gives me a color for each island. They're all unique colors. If you're colorblind, you're gonna have to take my word on it. I've tested. I'm also colorblind. And then we have a color to mask, where you can pick a color and it will give you a black and white grayscale image for any specific island you want. But that's if they're all in the same UV sheet. Like if you actually want different materials, then you just handle it like having multiple UV sheets. Then you can just either have a graph per. So you can do a lot of nesting. So you could have a graph for each raw material, for like a swatch of a material. And then you can have a graph that brings all the swatches in and masks. Yeah, or you can all just do it in one scene. You can do multiple materials because you set the outputs. Each one of these that I create, it's just an output node, gets put into the textures, and I give it the name, and you can set, you know, whatever you want here for like usage, which is nice for when you right click this. You can do view outputs in 3D, and it'll ask what material to assign it to, and it'll try and assign all of these to the right values. So yeah, so if you do actually have multiple materials, it can be a little tricky to have them all in one thing because you're gonna have to probably apply each one to a specific materials channel. Because if you right click this one and do assign, then it's going to try to do all of these. So if it has two diffuses in it, I don't know which one it's going to use, but I don't know if it respects both materials that way. I don't think there's any material assignment in here. Yeah, and you can see most of that. Hey, Armstrong, how are you? Thought this was Unreal. Yeah. I love nodes, and actually I was looking the other day, and I'm like, why have I never actually touched Unreal? It has lots of nodes. Who knows? Recent events have me kind of looking around just to see what's out there. But I hope you're doing good. I hope the pirates are doing good. And I guess more relevantly, I hope the jam is going. Let's do a shout out for Irishjohn. Check out Irishjohn. He's doing a wonderful Rise of Piracy game on Steam, which you can wishlist right now. Go check out his channel. He streams, and he has an amazingly entertaining channel to watch. And right now they're doing game jams. You're not too late. You're like a week in. There's like a week left. You want to have a challenge mode at a game jam? The node graphs are fairly unreal at times. Yeah. I probably should clean this one up. I have some kind of like orphaned bits. And this one's been tricky. Like, they're not an even scalage. Like snakes, much simpler. You just have like belly scales and kind of like top scales, and then, you know, the head's kind of a special case. Man, they just change throughout the whole body. I don't even have my reference up. Terrible. Yeah, but Catalyst, does that answer the question? Does that give you any insight? I'm also glad to hear any, you know, additional questions. Sorry for any confusion and angst. And Ben, you had a chance to mix robot and boxing platformers to make boxing robot adventures. Hey, that sounds really cool. You want to make a robot boxing platformer? That sounds nice. Yeah, that could be really fun. I feel like that's a theming I haven't really seen very much. Yeah, that's cool. Cool. So when do you start on that? Or have you started already? Hopefully it was a very productive weekend. Mine wasn't too bad. I got some stuff done. Little bit of stuff. I also tried to relax. Important for the self-care. Starting now, so yeah? Well, good luck, Godspeed. Hope it goes well. And yeah, feel free to give us updates. Okay. Side leg. You're not side leg. Arm stuff. Your side leg. So we can do like a non-uniform blur to just like want to cut some of the grid work out when we start putting like the little rivets on, little round scales. Non-uniform blur. We'll blur the stuff coming in at the same place that we're applying this. Let's plug that in. And drop the intensity a bit. Okay, half. And half, just a little bit. Hey, Shishkabab, how are you? I'm doing pretty good. Burp, working on it? Sounds good. Okay, that's not too bad. Maybe we just pull up the bottom a little bit more. A little less puckered. Kinda. Okay, if we throw levels in this, maybe we can make it so we blur it just a little bit less. The problem is it gets so big. Doing okay? We're toppling the whole model at the moment? Sounds good. Hey, Tony, how are you? Excuse me. How was your weekend? What are you up to? Anything cool? Okay, there we go. Kind of spotty would be nice. Could be worse. Could be worse. I think we can check that one off. Okay, now tail. It was nice. Cool, cool. Do anything fun? Or was it just relaxing? The wife and I, as much as we could, just played Starfield. Got back. Tried not to stress about life or Starfield bugs. I mean, it was inevitable that they would happen. I think the thing that's just like the hardest to swallow about Starfield is like a lot of the systems feel degraded from like Fallout. Like Fallout has kind of a superior vendor system where you can see both inventories at once and it's like clearly labeled. Yeah, kind of a pain in the butt to work with the Starfield one sometimes. And then like yeah, outposts. I feel like the whole cycle for design there is kind of broken because you like have to pay a ton of resources to create a link that'll let one outpost share resources with any other outposts. So it's not like a one-time thing to connect all of them, and then they're not infinite. But you do have an infinite box. So like you're not encouraged to put your resources in the place where you use the resources. You put them in a separate vending object. Not vending. You put them in a separate storage container, which is cut off from any of your outposts because it's infinite and it, I guess, breaks their idea for how outposts are supposed to work. But then outposts are so extremely limited that like it just doesn't, the idea doesn't super get off the ground. It's like doing a ton of work so that way you can do a ton of work and get not a lot of payoff for it. Because it takes a lot of resources to make anything in an outpost. But then where do you store any of the resources? You can't even like efficiently save for an outpost. And then you have all sorts of negatives. Yeah, I don't know. It's like weird. It's weird how they came from having at least decently functioning design systems that have good gameplay loops that tie into the base game to having, I mean, like ideas that evolved, but you don't really know why they evolved in the way they did. There's no like clear reasoning because there's just problems that they didn't make up for in any other way. Building ships is cool though. And I'm ranty today. Apologies. You weren't looking for rants today. I think the quests are better than anything in Skyrim though. It's definitely an improvement. Okay. This is the one I think we just want to take off of the tail. Like, more or less altogether. We can either create a mask that bleeds from the back. Actually, yes, that's the only real solution. If we cut the tail and try and like, it's just going to be a weird, abrupt ending to these scales. You know, they might not even be that bad if they were like oriented correctly. Anywho. Where's our masking step? Here we go. So we're going to grab the tail from the position Z. Where did we need that though? Maybe here? No, it's not on the tail. Else. They look so similar. Yeah, B. Gonna play the. It's gotta be. There it is. It's gotta be that one. that one right there. So we'll do that. This will be our mask. Take this from the back. No, the other way. Go from the front. Decent range. I kind of need it to be there. All right, we're gonna tighten it up. Let's try it like that to start. Not bad. I almost want to just clear it out, straighten them a little bit. Okay, be a little bit messy. Wait, am I accidentally cutting the feet off? No, they kind of look good at the start. And they kind of collide with this. The question is, which one do we go with? We need one or the other, and I think we need to do it specifically for the tail, and we need to try and blend it in on a somewhat awkward seam. Also, Catalyst, did I answer all your questions? Do you have any other questions? No, stuff keeps coming up. Questions are very relevant, though. I'd love to answer any others you have. I want to warp that one. Okay, wait. More of the warping. A little bit more frequent, then we can probably turn it down a little bit. get this even smaller. I want to put more. Okay, them feet messed up. Gotta definitely fix those. Okay, that one gets weird. But besides that, looking better. Okay, just patch the tail. Kind of feel like that might be the way to go. First needs to be forearm stuff. How much in your resources list on the project is imported from other tools? The only thing I have imported in this project is, right now, is the base model. In my other workflows that you've seen, I will sometimes paint a mask in something else and I'll bring it back. Oh, actually this one too. This I painted somewhere else. Just, you know, paint a mask, export it, because it was a little bit tricky to get with other kind of like maps. But yeah, that's why I like it. I can keep all the texturing in here if I'm willing to do it. And you know, if I bothered to actually make scales that I actually went back to and reused, instead of like making them and keeping them in a graph or making them in a separate graph and then never looking for existing materials that I've made to use, it'd probably be a lot faster and a lot cleaner. So, you know, a peek behind the curtain, a little realism there. When I started, I was doing mostly swatches with the idea of mixing them. The reason I kind of stopped was that the swatches I would make would look really good, but then the scale was almost always off because you would need it to tile a few times. And when you have it tile a few times, it needs to have kind of like a different visual fidelity to it. Like, yeah, doing the zoom in texture, it's cool. You learn a lot from it, but it could be trickier. And that's also why it was tricky to go back to Painter sometimes, because figuring out how often something's going to repeat and how it's going to look on your actual model with the UVs that you have is tricky. So yeah, it got a little bit dirty, but doing it in situ right on the model, I think it's a little bit truer to the end result. Yeah, who wants to use other programs? I like everything self-contained. All my cloth is in Marvelous Designer. All my textures are in Substance Designer. All my modeling tends to be Maya. See, like, modeling is Maya, Geode Hoods is Blender. And it's a little bit separate. Yeah. Sculpture topology should be one tool. That should be able to, I don't know, Mudbox not doing UVs. Maybe something I should complain more about. But I always had Maya, and if you're comfortable with Blender's UV stuff, then it's like, hey, you always have a package that does UVs. Yeah, Embergen has like all of the particle stuff it needs, sort of. It'll have LiquidGen and Embergen. You can do smoke, guess there might be dirt. They have that on the roadmap. And flames. That's all Emergen, and then they're gonna have like everything liquid from low to high viscosity, I think, in Liquigen. A lot of packages, but hopefully not too many. I really don't want to splinter. Oh, except then I have a lip sync tool. What, is there a lip sync tool for Blender? Or it would be very proprietary, or take a lot of setup. And I am kind of interested in when you get texture previews in Blender in 4.0. Fingers crossed that's real. Is that going to be a tempting workflow? But it would need to bake properly. This bakes... I mean, it bakes really well, like you're putting together a rasterized map. It's like, that's kind of like, you know, already done. Yeah, anyhow. What is your current workflow, actually? Is it just Blender nodes? Or do you use another program to do, like, some of the texture generation? I figure you don't really need to leave Blender, right? Sometimes it's a test of tolerance whether you can stay in Blender for everything that you need it for. Do I go for the tail? Do I leave the tail? I think we clean up the tail, and then we'll go for the feet. Needs to get updated. To have feet. Man, I'm making a mess as I'm going along. We're like cleaning things up, and the list's not getting shorter. Okay, whatever. Our border scales. Feet. Okay, cool. Okay, let's just smooth that tail. It's kind of a harsh distortion, but it works, so I'm going to leave it. Okay, use this to just grab the tail. Yeah, maybe that's all we need. Just don't want to get the feed in there. Okay, that's the one. Okay, maybe we also want to... So I want to leave a little bit at the top. I want to leave 2 strips on the top. Blender. Blender is great. Getting normals, AO, and whatnot out of Marmoset is like using a coffee vending machine. Blender is more cooking, but most of the time is spent outside tending to your vegetable patch. Okay, that's a fair analogy, I guess. Yeah, I haven't worked with Marmoset, but I assume there's some comparison there between Designer and Marmoset. The mask baking, well, the map baking is really nice. They were even working on it well after I liked it, which is usually a good sign. Uh, yeah, the interface for this when you're baking might be a little bit whatever. Because like it's just like a lot of little settings here and there. I mean, I don't need to touch most of them. But then the like high definition model, it works. It all works just fine. Like sometimes you feel like this is an afterthought. But yeah, again, it all works. I don't usually have too many problems. And when I do, I feel like they're problems I'm going to have in most other bakers because I have just made something that's like too close. And again, it does have really nice options for like separating out models by material and by mesh name. Like, so your AOs don't always need to be just, you know, WYSIWYG, which is nice. I like to do one sometimes that's WYSIWYG and then one that is for each individual mesh, and you can like kind of blend both of them so that way the WYSIWYG isn't going control, or you can even mask some of the WYSIWYG one, which is really nice because it'll just pick up some weird areas sometimes. Okay. So I want to erase the bottom and then the very middle. I think, unless I just put the tail back together again. Okay, let me just do the bottom tail here. I think that is my ultimate decision. Let's try that. So yeah, Marmoset. Does Marmoset actually have painting tools? Never actually knew that. I always saw it as like a place to bake a few maps out and do HDRI outputs. Like just to fake an environment to get a render to put in your portfolio. I never fully understood the program, except for like, yeah, making portfolios. I mean, that tail is more strips than checkers. Maybe? It's like lots of wrinkles. Interesting. Hmm. I might just have to push this back to cut out stuff. Not that one. And I can just never see the underside of the tail. It looks hard. The belly's kind of soft, but the tail's all hard because they drag it on everything. Hmm. Okay, so if we're doing this, it is going to be probably just on the other underbelly stuff. Okay, Callus, what other texturing tools have you tried? Smarmoset and the Blender? I'm gonna grab my nodes and find them belly scales. You're still there. Hello? Where did I put it? Okay. This, and I think we just want to cut out the tail from this one. So we invert the histogram, throw that in here, and this should actually be going in the foreground, the top one. That for this. Alright, collapse that, collapse that. So we're here, now we're organized. Hmm. So when did this strip come up? Gotta figure out what to do with that strip. Shouldn't be there. I feel like this should also have some blurring, or just to cut out whatever that is. Stuff. Because we go in the big wrinkles over here, I guess. Don't ask me, it was nature. Turns out you don't really make textures. Pretty much everything used in Blender is just noise. Okay. I mean, I used to like paint textures a while ago, but yeah. The noise is nice because you don't have to worry about brush strokes and you don't have to worry about like blending as much. Or maybe all you're worrying about is blending the noise in properly to the area that you want it to be. Yeah, if all you do in Blender is noise, this might be this might be the program for you. Yeah, I don't know. You can always just like paint something in Blender and export that texture. Just like add into your workflow anywhere else. Shit, I guess it's wherever you find the noise to be the best. But then you have a problem with multiple. We still have that problem, right? With the multiple noise textures getting baked properly into like a final texture. All them nodes. So it might be right at the beginning that I want to cut this out. Problem with that is it becomes too heavy to use multiple material layers. I haven't found Designer to actually have too many problems. Like, it can take a second to update everything, but it caches almost everything. Yeah, heavy hasn't been a huge problem. As you can see, there's like lots of stuff. And there's some of them actually, some of the base ones can actually have like huge times. This one right here is taking like 57 milliseconds. So like, thank God that's not running all the time. It's cached. Like, yeah, these can get pretty heavy, making some base patterns. Definitely some, the whole thing could be like, easily 300 milliseconds. Not exactly for real-time use. You don't know about Designer? Just Blender on your desk potato? Cache nodes could be useful. That's what I've been wondering, actually, is if Blender, if the cache nodes just cache any data input, kind of like the blur node just blurs anything you put in, and you can use it for anything. It's really nice. It's really nice, actually. So yeah, that would be cool. I definitely would revisit that. Maybe not the cache as it is right now. I think I want the preview stuff. And then, in a decade, I would like to have my geometry previews, like a little thumbnail of what we just did with the node. Yeah, like a decade from now. Cause, no, that's not so unreasonable. Again, if we're talking about caching things, you just take a quick thumbnail every time the thing changes. I feel like we're there. I feel like that's the age we're in. Okay, let's do this guy. Maybe we're about the tail. That's wrong. This one. Hopefully those can add in. Okay, I almost want this one that's tilted to be straightened out and used here, and maybe we can keep the big ones that we use for wrinkles. I just have to clean up this graph. Hey, Robotech, how are you? Say, how was your weekend? But it's still your weekend, right? So I hope you're enjoying your day. You're having fun or being productive or something. Sounds cool. What are you up to? Anything cool? Okay, and delete that. But to take the fam out. Oh, sounds fun. Yeah, enjoy. Enjoy. Thanks for stopping by. Our Gator pick. Yeah, tails just look like they get into somewhat regular grid pattern. And the spikes get bigger. That's intense. With those wrinkles. Just and the tail out of this one. Get in there. Wonder if we just, yeah, do we just smooth the whole tail? Oh, but then there's the levels. Okay, wait, that's maybe not where I want to do that. Throw it in here instead. A little more control. Let's throw levels in. It's like a not bad noise pattern. Just throw it in. We'll add a little something. Okay. I guess we should touch the back. Okay, see the back we're doing separately, but we want probably a different input for it. We're just changing the back scales. Okay, it still has some. Then they meet up. Like halfway down the tail. Yeah, well, it still has some girth. God, I'm really sure of is I want to take the tail out. So yeah, we have ridges, and then we have some like cut marks. The cut mark. What happened to this? That explains everything. I didn't notice that there was one missing. Wait, huh? No, okay, so we want this to go in here. Alright, so I had one that I was adding in, and I think it's this one. That's just supposed to be like the center. That's why it happens after we mirror. Why is everything else messed up? I swear I didn't leave it like this. Let's try popping that one in there and that one in there. And it's misaligned. Subpar. Okay. Either way, if that was necessary. Bit more compact. And then these are trash. Put them out of the way. Guess that one's useful. We're just shifting it. We can pinch it in. But this is where I kind of want an alternate path to get to this point. So that way we can cut out the middle bits. So we can just have kind of like the big side ones, but then they need to join. And that's why I'm thinking maybe we redo the whole section tail. Which is, I think, just like this. This is where we add it back in. This is where we add a, add a fun little warp. That could be problematic too. Such a lovely rainout. Okay, so the question is, we're doing this again. We have this that could work, kind of. I almost want an alternate version of this. Let's open this one up and see if we can't make a slight change. Okay, instead of pattern input, we're gonna do gradation. Hit 90. That'll give us a sawtooth. We can put this whole thing through a curve. They're not like straight. Yeah, maybe like that. And then we'll have a blend that multiplies this one by this one, I think. Okay, it's subtle, but it does make it more obvious when you take it off. But it makes it so it has more of a point on one side. And we can expose this. Not that you can super see that. Yeah. There's a button over there for expose. Trust me. It's like a little hamburger menu with a down arrow. Expose as new graph input. That gives us this, and we want this to be sawtooth amount. Technically, it's the opacity. We want 0 to 1. Good. Okay, a little comment, sawtooth amount. And should be attached. Good. It says sawtooth amount. It's actually tessellate. Okay, it's backwards. Okay, and then in theory, I guess we could also mask which ones get sawtoothed. Kind of wondering if we shouldn't just say that this one's no sawtooth. And then we dupe and make another one. Oh, that's expensive. 203 milliseconds. Thank God for caching. This will copy some of this over. And then I guess we want one of these. Go through the mirror. Yes, we do actually warp. We don't need that for the tail, I don't think. So I am kind of curious about how many scales we actually need. They come together and then they don't merge into one for a while, if they do at all. They get really close together. Maybe I should look up a little bit more reference. That looks like they come together and then there's just one scale. So we might need two. Put out, let's collapse it a little bit. So End up having this with one in the center. Or do we do 2 transition zones? Them coming together, them existing side by side for a bit, and then collapsing to one. I don't know. It might also shift a bit as they grow. I want to respect that. Okay, I need you to not tile. Back of that, and then this one, I think we tilt. Yeah, kind of like that. Ish. Yeah, but if that is the divisions, we need this again without the scales at all. I guess that's it. The one. We could do a switch. We'll switch grayscale between the one with and the one without. Goes this as a new graph, and this is going to be nodule. Okay. Then we can go back to the base. Turn them off here. I'm gonna put this here. I think I have a way of doing this. That is the background. We're gonna put this as the foreground. And then we put this as max lighting. Hmm. It's supposed to be like the whole tail. It's gonna be kind of weird to add in though. Okay, let's get a somewhat tail-shaped cut out of this. That into the foreground of a blender, and then we'll find that tail one we've been using. Come on, scroll. Oh, let's do this in here. That one, I think. Okay, backwards. Not too bad. I think we just need to move the whole thing down a little bit. Up a little bit. Toaster wave, mumble mumble. Hey, how are ya? I'm glad you can make it. What are you up to today? How's your weekend? I hope your weekend was good. Woke up late, weekend sucked. I don't want to hear that. I mean, I want you to tell me the truth, but alright, we're just gonna have to make Monday amazing. Mm-hmm. The only reasonable solution. Let's get a different transform on that. A little bit weird. Definition. You're better. Got 80% to finishing that stream idea? Wait, really? Okay, and then what happened? That sounds like it would be a good thing. Sounds like something you should be really excited about. Of course, I'm a fool that knows nothing. Enlighten me. Toast, what happened? And by stream idea, I mean, is that the one that you sent me over the weekend? Does that mean that you gave up on Godot? Out of curiosity, no judgment. Learning new stuff is hard. Okay, so that kind of works. I don't know what's happening here, though. This is bad. Okay, maybe this one should just be the actual tail. Oh, wait a second. That's all crap. I don't need that. Hey, Liv, how are you? How was your weekend? I'm doing pretty good. Had a nice weekend. The multi-stream transcriber idea? Okay, 80%, let's go. Where'd you get hung up? Going good? That's what I like to hear. Let's work on the Discord bot. Cool, cool. How's it coming? There we go. Not perfect, but it's a thing. Buggy? So, sorry to hear that. Think you need to be more specific? You're gonna work with AI to rewrite it, right? Yeah, I used ChatGPT for the first time today, and it was scary good. Scary good. Society's doomed. Got hung up with execution blocking, subprocesses, in Python. Okay. Yeah, that sounds like a pain in the butt. So wait, can you transcribe one scene? Or like one channel? Is it having multiple that is, causing you issues? Yep. Sounds cool. Sounds cool. Yeah, so you're using AI to work with AI. Is that a problem? Because I know people using AI to do a lot of like boilerplate tasks. A friend gave me an example of like when you're doing serialization or saving and loading, it's like a lot easier to just be like, here's a set of variables. Can you write like a JSON serialization? Can you even, I think, give it an example of like, this is how I make my save classes. Can you make this using all these variables? And it just does it. That seems kind of cool. Yeah, hooking up different libraries, I would imagine, because documentation's always questionable. AI is also going to be kind of questionable, being able to use it. Again, I don't know. Also, is this off by a little bit? Okay, that's pretty good. Do you think I want another layer of this? We get to this. And this is going to be kind of like side by side. It's kind of cool. Oh, until I see this, I'm like, oh, that didn't merge well. I think because we're just not using as much as I think we are. But I'm good at making clutters. Let's make a backup. I think that one's okay. Yeah, it's probably just this one. It looks good-ish. It's a little weird. Not too bad, but they need to get bigger. I think maybe if we push the levels higher in one and then we blend between this one and that one by like a nice gradient, maybe we'll get it. Okay, so if that's super extreme, then we just want to blend between that one and the regular one by the gradient. Hopefully it takes up most of the texture. That's something. I mean, they kind of get closer as they go down, though. Oh, it's something. To start. Not quite screen. Max and min. A little weird, but maybe. Okay, so if we do this, it's fine as long as we create a mask just for what we're shoving on top. Actually, can this one just be... I think we could multiply, but it might be a little weird. We could make another change to the Gator back. Another output. This one could just be this one. Okay, lazy. That one turns off nodes. The one before it, as long as it's the back, which I think it is. That's Sawtooth. We can use this one instead. Not quite. Okay, wait. And this one can just be max lighten. Green. Depends on the size. The size of the Gator does change things a bit. Because these look so much more rounded. Like the little ones. Those are big. Little one, less of the bumpiness, less of the ribbing, rounding. I know words. I don't know the right word, but I'll just say a bunch of them. Okay, wait, I have an idea for doing this one. Package, brand new graph. Okay, in output, that's important. This better be the most photorealistic Gator. I'm spending way too much time on this. Let's put a disk. Let's make them small. Color random. If I'm looking at this tail right, it's almost like almost even. Let's see what the edge detect is going to give us. plate random. Their position. Okay, better. Better. Okay, think we break everything, but we edge detect and edge detect. Low width, no roundness. Good. Good. Little blur. Sure. Then we can just add a subtle dip to between the scales. Like real subtle. Now it's not perfect, but it's also not terrible. We need to add the like big thick striations. So each one of these should probably get one. Which means that the X and Y amount should probably be tied to variable. We'll see if I'm, you know, not lazy. Chances are low. Okay, wait, so if we do this as a gradient, a default black to white gradient, we can then turn this into whatever we need with a curve. If we wanted it to just bump out, we just put that one on top. Not bad. This could probably also be like an armadillo something or other. Okay, and then the thing is wrinkles. Wrinkles. How do we do some cool wrinkles on there? I think we take this edge detect, we do a blur on it. think like that. Then we'll do some noise, a good one, like black and white spots, or yeah, maybe this one. Or where's dirt? In the dirt. I'm gonna do slope blur. This is the slope we use. Let's just try blending this in. Just real subtle like to whatever the output is. Okay, that's not good. It's like almost good. I think so. This one's good for reasons, like color reasons. We could use that as a mask, but shouldn't be the only one coming out. I think that one might be dead. Let's grab another blend. Grab. Add sub off of a gray. Okay, that's not too bad. And one that's just the mask. Alright, hold on. Invert this, then we'll do it at distance. Oh, maybe don't invert. Maybe it's just distance. I want him to touch, but I want him to be a little bit further out there. Okay, so we have some options. This one seems to be the best. Yeah, I should accept this one. A bit too much. Trying to think about what else I need. Okay. Anything this one. It's a little work. Backlight spots, maybe. Okay, maybe that's not so bad. I don't know, I guess more information is probably better. Okay, so I think we cut the tail, try a new underlying tail. Tail looking like a churro. It's kind of cool. Not right, but kind of cool. Alright, a bit. Needs to be balanced a little bit differently. Nice to have a little slider. Change like how deep some of the individual scale bounce skills are. Yo, Edom, how are you? Thank you for the raid. Really appreciate it. How's your stream? What were you up to? Hi Raiders. I'm the Danger. I'm working on a castigator. It'll throw horrible spells at you. We're working on a game called Mechablo, which is a mech simulator in a fantasy world. So we're creating some like cool D&D creatures to fight. Well, D&D-esque creatures. Another day, same grind? Sounds good. Sounds good. Any progress is progress. But yeah, glad to hear you're doing good. Yeah, thanks for the raid. How was your weekend? Do anything cool over the weekend? I was playing some Starfield over the weekend. Fun enough. It's, you know, nice to have other problems to deal with. Which, man, the vendors don't have enough money to sell all your gear. You have to spend tons of skill points to be able to like carry more stuff. Yeah, they built a real grind into that game. Worked on YouTube mostly. Ooh, and IRL chores. Sounds good. Yeah, half my Saturday went to just random errands. What can you do? But YouTube, that sounds cool. Is it the same as your Twitch channel? Okay. Yeah, found you. Subscribed. Throw a link in chat. Anyone else that wants to give a follow, please do. Oh, let's do a real shout out too. Check out Edom Games, working on a cool RPG in Unity called Bloom. Looking really good. Really good. Amazing progress. Really cool to see. If you check out his Insta, goes from like the very first, not very first, but like early versions of the game that looked, you know, like a lot of JRPGs or RPGs in general. And now, man, it looks so good. So polished. Yeah, no problem. I really appreciate the raid. And yeah, I'm excited to play when it comes out. No rush. Go back into our tail or open reference. And I think this is the one we want. Okay. Now hopefully we can just adjust it right here. Okay, a bit better. Oh, actually, Edom, if you're still around, you have to, you know, bug out, no problem. Where'd you get all those fancy effects from? Are you playing with, like, what you were saying were the kind of boilerplate effects that every Unreal developer has? Yeah, they looked pretty good. Nice, like, starting point if people need VFX. But I'm gonna be honest, I've never actually seen those before. I mean, obviously, you play an Unreal game and you're like used to the kind of GPU particle effects to like just flying hotspots everywhere. But yeah, it looks pretty good. Like Unity has some effect packs. They're not terrible. I don't know if they're as fancy though. And I'm sure you can do some amazing stuff with the compute shaders in Unity. Just don't know about rolling my own particle system for that. It's doable in theory. Yeah, too bad. Then just make the scales more pronounced. Yeah, that's okay. Alright, so next it's like feet or arm transitions. That's scale cleaner. I think we blew that one out of the water. Face stuff. Belly lining up. So another thing about the arm scales is I have this idea. I have multiple ideas of how we could do it. So we could either try it the way that we got the like wrinkles around the arms. I'm also thinking, not that I have access to it right now, they put out a new update in the next Substance Designer, 2023, I guess it's 2022, that allows you to like populate an image along a curve that you draw. And that seems fancy. That seems kind of perfect. Like if I draw the border around the arm, and maybe I could even make it out of like an edge detect. I don't really know I don't have many curve tools. This is the first time a curve has interacted with a node, so it's either big, good, or it's big, early, and probably gonna have lots of errors. You know how it is. But that seems cool. If I could just like have a ring of scales that we can populate around there. But yeah, the alternate way is that we have to like take a straight row of scales and spin them around a circle. Oh, I guess we could also use a splatter circular. Yeah, well, let's try it. Nothing to it but to do it. Let's see. This is the arms. So they're all down there. I think we're actually interacting with them here. This is actually the point where we need to build up anything. Like quite literally almost anything. So let's start with the splatter. I usually try that and then run away because it functions weird. Oh, but we can also project it, which might be the right move. Okay, so we're going to do that 3D planar projection. Throw in grayscale because we're still just working on height. Are we ever going to get to roughness? Yo, Icon, what's up? Lurking while working? Happy streaming? Thank you very much. I appreciate you showing up. I hope all the pre-work you're doing for the podcast is going well. Check out, do a shout out for Icon too. Jared Icon doing a wonderful podcast, a little talk show podcast that they stream live right here on Twitch every Tuesday at 8 p.m. EST. Yeah, check that out if you have the time. Okay, so we project this. We need the thing. This and this, which is the normals and the position. Turn on UVs so we can actually see the UVs. I feel like you put this here. Scale this down. Projection could be okay. Okay, and then depth. If it wants to project like that, that's always going to be a little bit of an issue. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's too bad you can see exactly what's happening. I have to clear out a little bit of it. It's kind of cool to have the scale studs though. Why I want to. Rings. And Starfield's patching on the good bugs. I think. Where do you do the offset? Stagger. Hey, you're here somewhere. How is that random? There's nothing random about that. That just filled out a very specific pattern. And that's the whole thing? And add that on, maybe that'll kind of be a little bit bigger. That might be okay. Can we get it to be smaller as we go out? Okay, made that's egregious. Let's add this one. I want to multiply. Only where the arms are. Not perfect. They're not real scales. Not yet, they aren't. Oh, wait, okay, hold on. Like back arm growths are kind of cool. But if we do clean this up, it is way better integrated. A mirror from somewhere. Yo, zombie, how are ya? How are ya? How was the woods? Did you spend yesterday in the woods too? Alright, Miss Jen. Maybe zoning out. Make progress though. You'd be very proud of me. Need 2 mirrors. That's weird. Drove home yesterday evening. Already back to civilization. Is it a good back or is it a bad back? Do you want to be in the woods again? Okay, can use a shape transform. That's all we need. Already a full day work behind you again? That means it's only like 4 days until you can go back to the woods. Before you can recede. Could be worse, right? Anyway, I'm happy you're enjoying it. Like buyer's remorse on a cabin in the woods, the first day would be really bad. So yeah, I'm glad that we're not there. Maybe we drop this one out. No, I am legitimately much happier about that. So what are you up to today? Are you doing civilization stuff, or are you just planning to be back in the woods again? I feel like you're gonna leave us. One day, just like no zombie. But if you're in the woods at the right time, and you hear the clickety clack of a keyboard, I don't know. Rather digital zombie. What would the transition look like? What would the horror story of zombie be? I don't know. You have to give me more to go on. Not much besides work. Now digesting too much food. You're done for the day. What kind of food you have? Feet are kind of important. Face stuff's gonna be tricky. Belly lining up, that should be easy enough. I just want to put face stuff almost last. Put that up. I'm doing it for the millionth time. I want to cut first the top, and then I'm going to reuse it for the feet to do the feet. Maybe not quite that. I'm gonna put this here, foreground. Cut the arms out and then use this. Okay, kind of cool. You're naughty and stop for McD's, those nasty cheeseburgers, the little nasty pickles. I always get plain cheeseburgers from McDonald's. Always. 2 plain doubles and a set toast. Do we have the same order? I don't ask for the side of mac sauce, but 2 plain double cheeseburgers. It's like, yep, that's my order. Even worse. Eat those things like an ex-junkie treats a drug they sometimes gets back to. Mm-hmm. So how many can you eat? Naughty, naughty. You don't enjoy it, feel bad after, but sometimes you need that. I mean, if you don't binge, 2 plain double cheeseburgers is fine as long as I have it like not much more than once a month. Food is interesting? Yeah, it is. Basically just stuffing your face full while driving home. It is good warm. I like that humans can bond over stupid necessities like eating and sleeping, right? I mean, I don't need sleep. That's where you guys are bonding. But the double cheeseburgers, that's me all day. Hmm. It's supposed to be mirrored, but this has a weird lip to it. Yeah, maybe I don't bother with it right now. It's fine. It's looking so much better. Add music to that, and we should have world peace in theory. Yeah. Everyone likes different music. Everyone likes different food. Are you serious? The wars that could be started over the people that want like a soup on their birthday versus the people that want pie versus the people that want cake. That's a war waiting to happen. Everyone loves coffee and naps. I wish I could nap and I wish I could enjoy coffee. I think I'm in the minority though, so don't worry too much. I deal with it. About the concept, not the details. I mean, yeah. I'm not going to touch the anti-music stuff. That's not necessary. The soup battles, danger is an absolute minority. Yes, absolutely. It's true. I wake up and I'm awake and I can't nap and then I go to sleep. Though, you know, like a lot of people on the internet, I'm on the internet for at least like an hour after I mean to be. So maybe not minority there. You know, like a good hour long thinking of like saying like I'm gonna go to bed now, but never actually posting it. That's normal, right? Healthy. The other thing, I wanted this to do defeat. No, Pixel Anonymous, how are you? What are you up to today? And yeah, do you have any cool projects you want to show off? It's been a minute, but I always love to see your work. Well, I could maybe live with those feet. They're not great, but they are feet. Back feet are bad though. Okay, back feet definitely need help. Okay, so feet, but just the back feet. Or yeah, just stick some feet on there. That'll be fine. Just look. Okay, so we have feet. We have belly scales. Which now that I'm looking at them, how many times am I going to redo those? Doing right? I am texturing a gator that will cast spells at you. So we have the height map displacing some stuff, so it's a little weird. You can turn that off. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of the base mesh. Gator that just has like wizard arms on the back, so it can like cast stuff at you. Nice little ambush predator. No cool projects? Just discovered how to get C++ plugin to run in Maya the other day. Oh, like a new plugin, or did you make a plugin? Things get really complex at the node level in Maya for coding. Still got a lot to learn. Yeah, I've never tried actually making a plugin. Never needed anything beyond just like what Mel can provide me. That sounds cool. If you have any good resources on that, I think I'd also be really interested in trying to do some C++ plugins. Because, you know what? The only one that's going to fix my Maya is me these days. So, you know, maybe a plugin will actually prolong the longevity of my Maya. A tutorial you found on YouTube. Someone made it files MLL that you can load into Maya as a plugin. Sure, yeah, so that's not... I mean, loading other people's plugins is easy enough, but I've never tried to like actually make my own MLL. Cool. Like most of my plugins are DLLs, but Autodesk. So what kind of plugin are you gonna make? Eat. For that tail, we're gonna have to blend that better. This one's odd. I definitely want to look at that. I'll get this guy someday. This was a tutorial? Ooh, let me check it. Ooh, only 12 minutes. That's cool. We'll definitely check that out. Okay, Visual Studio, already have that. Okay. So it just sets up the environment and then shows you how to turn plugins on in Maya. I think, just clicking around. Still cool. Yeah, I have to dig into that. Thank you for the large life distraction. I appreciate it. You'd like to make better sculpting tools in Maya, but you're still a C++ noob? I think the problem with making better sculpting tools in Maya is that the base Maya doesn't display large numbers of vertices very well, unless you're in 2023 and beyond. But I think they've been purposefully holding back any sort of upgrades or improvements for at least 5 years. So like while everything else is just fine and getting some sculpting add-ons, they're like, Maya, nope. We'll put in tools, but we won't let you actually subdivide a model without hurting. Also having a hard time mirroring and welding features in Maya. I don't think I've had a problem with mirroring. Then again, I feel like there might be a couple mirroring options. You're just stealing tools from Mudbox, if you haven't noticed. So when you see two things that do the same thing but are named different, it's probably because there's two pieces of code under the hood, and one is from Mudbox and works decently well but wasn't made for Maya. And one was for Maya and has been there for like 20 or 30 years. Yeah, I don't know. It's like welding, I've definitely never had a problem with. Mirroring, yeah, that can be a trick. But I feel like the newer ones they put in for Maya, they don't make you divide your model anymore. I used to have to like delete half my model and then do a mirror that would connect the geometries together. I think you can just put in a model and it'll kind of do like a sort of a retopo. Something about like cutting it around whatever midsection it can find and trying to delete and then, you know, the whole mirror thing. But yeah, what version of Maya are you on? On 2020? I'm thinking about upgrading to get USD support, but yeah, that's probably also gonna be painful. You know how it is. Every Maya edition has some brand new beautiful bugs that very yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I always use old Maya. Unity too. That's beside the point. Where did I put that tail stuff? Head scales. Right, comes from here. That's the back. Yeah, let's see if we can reuse this. For feet. Mirror. That's the mirror. Okay, that makes sense. The issue is kind of screws up the center of the mesh, adds verts in weird places when you mirror. It can, yeah, if you don't have a seam right down the center, then yeah, it can definitely do that. Yo, what's up, Ezekiel Dev? What are you up to? You're on 2024. Alright, I can't help you. You're way beyond. All of that could be bugs that they've added, keeping you dependent on the update cycle. And again, everybody is on subscription now, so I guess less reason for them to be outwardly evil. Maybe like that. I'll rotate a little bit more. Kinda. I wonder how much that's gonna show. Looking through applications, nearly no one of them reads the requirements, and almost everyone delivers crayon quality portfolios. So it's a bit frustrating. It's real. That's real. A lot of people trying to get into the industry, and they have a lot of motivation, but they want to learn on the job too. And well, you're always going to learn on the job, but yeah, you kind of need to hit the skill floor first. Oh yeah, good luck. I feel the hiring crazy right now. Not exactly an easy task. And do you have anyone submitting AI? Just being like, look at my portfolio, and it's just a bunch of prompt art. This 180. I might be able to just project it instead, like right here. Better. The tail could use a little bit of a brush up. 3 years of education in the dumpster for some of them. It's actually sad. I mean, the tools are hard. You can't just learn the tools. You gotta, like, learn the tools while making cool stuff. It could be tricky. It's rough out there. Prompt art. I mean, you'd be surprised what I hear. People really trying to be like, I'm a valid member of your team as a prompt artist, and it's like, I mean, prompts could be a valid member of the team, but yeah, you need to be able to fix them up. Like, whatever comes out of it, you need to have the skill to know if it's good or bad and how it needs to be adjusted. Man, 3 years of education. I think one of the saddest things is the institutions that want to claim that they teach you how to make games, and they're really just taking your money and kind of just asset flipping online tutorials to minimal effort. Yeah, I definitely have stopped teaching because the teaching landscape has gotten less morally straightforward. I don't know if that'll make sense to anyone out there, but like, yeah, just claiming that you're going to teach someone some stuff and that they're going to get a job out of it. And then on top of that, expecting them to like pay back a loan out of like intern payment, intern wages, just feels so predatory. I don't really want to help you in your industry if this is how you're going to push things. Who's going to take your money? Joke's on them, you got none. Joke's on you, they have contracts which they will gladly take potential money from you. You're going to become a hot tub streamer? Sounds good. Do you have any specific gimmicks that you've thought up? Okay, I assume you need to like kind of know what you're monetizing, right? Is it a name on body? Is it a name on floaty? Programming's too hard. Oh, if you did programming and a hot tub stream, I wonder. You know, I have some curiosities. Like, is that going to be the hottest thing on Twitch? Or is it, you know, a waste of time? Maybe the demographics don't cross over that way? Who knows? You've been to 3 art schools, dropped out of all of them? Yeah, I know some very talented artists that have definitely not been able to make it all the way through. thing. And also, traditional art school can be a nightmare of having, some teacher who's really good at one thing and then not being able to understand any other talents but their own. I've heard some stories. You don't even have potential money. You'll die poor but happy. That's good. Excellent. I mean, that's a pious lifestyle, right? So that's the bad. Is that get introduced? Okay, that isn't quite what I need. Really separate this and organize this a little bit better. This is what we need to attack. This is all good, but then when we're actually masking stuff out, this is going to be a problem. This needs to be blurred. We could do a blend where we use this one and this one. Just try and restrict it. Name on cheeks? Oh, that sounds good. Zombie, you accept IOUs? Perfect. I might also need one of those IOUs. One no longer exists. They closed the school and students were making off with computers and Cintiqs. That is anarchy. Really? That's nuts. It was a terrible school, but you won't mention the name. Yeah, that's good. That could also dox you. Yeah, so I definitely had a school that I went to for 3D stuff that doesn't exist anymore. I thought it was a pretty good school, but financials are different, right? We want to invert this. I hate that scene. It is better than the other. One of your real goals was to be a political YouTuber. And I feel like you get a lot of crap for being a YouTuber with an opinion. There's a political party in America that will pay you money to say stupid crap. You're not going to name names, though. Education system failed us. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. Yeah, I wish they were teaching us programming. Like, can we ditch math and go with logic instead? Like, obviously we wouldn't ditch all of math, but why are we teaching algebra instead of programming? When I think programming has all of the fundamentals you need in algebra, but it's actually usable. Whereas I highly doubt there's anyone using algebra today that has access to a computer that's not using a computer. Right? And then some people don't know how to do the math in the computer, which is a problem. Some people don't like know computers but don't know math because of course the math was taught in such an obtuse way. And I don't know what the solution is. Abacus. There are people using abacuses out there to wonderful effect. No shame. Absolutely no shame on them. Okay. Trash. This is trash. You should teach programming in elementary school, something simple so kids know it's potential. I mean, yeah, I agree. I've heard people say that not everyone needs to learn programming, and I think I do agree with that. But like, I don't know, not everyone needs to be good at science either. Like, we need a portion of people. So like, yeah, teaching programming as it was always extra in my school. If you wanted to learn programming, you had to like jump through hoops, and then they'd be like, your math isn't good enough. We're not going to teach you programming because programming's hard. And I'd be like, but I'm programming fine and I'm bad at math. Can I just like take the programming and maybe I get better at math because they're related? And they'd be like, nope. If you, I forget what it was. It was like, if you're not in calculus, you can't take programming. And it's like, hello? I don't know many programmers that are actually that comfortable with calculus. Used to work for a political YouTuber. He made $250K a year shouting about BS. And I shout about BS. How do I make that kind of money? Who's gonna give me that kind of cash? So I guess, yeah, if I have to say certain things, I might not be actually willing to do that. Potential. Open your eyes up to the grift? I mean, it's out there. But I also assume that's not for everybody. Like, literally not available to everybody. Programming should also solve something that's actually practical and useful to drive the point home. Catless, that's where I'm going to disagree. Unless we can say it's video games. But, like, you should teach kids to problem solve. And not like, okay, kids, we're going to walk you through setting up a database. Because again, I think creative problem solving in programming is way more important than being able to follow a couple rules to do the most boring programming things. Like, practical can be problematic, actually, when you're learning. If it's practical enough, it's probably been abstracted out to a library or a module or piece of software that does most of it for you already. I would want to teach kids, yeah, moving sprites around on a 2D screen where they are the most hands-on. They can have the most ideas, they can make more adjustments, they can learn and experiment. And then, you know, you ask them to do database stuff and they're like, oh, well, yeah, I guess it would be related to, you know, any other asset management that I'm already doing because I have gone this far in game development. I'm always on the fence about doing practical projects. The idea of schools giving you the opportunity. Hey Gav, thanks for the raid. The idea of schools giving you the opportunity to do a real world project, sometimes, well, usually it disrupts the learning quite a bit. The real world project doesn't always have to be completely related to what you're learning, which makes it like less useful. And again, it's like a big distraction. I don't know. I just feel like that's kind of gimped several programs that I've seen. I think it is better to come up with really good options of tasks for people to try and solve. Like if your homework is to do one of the following, make a racing game, or make a platformer, or I don't know, something else with collisions. I don't know, but the broad spectrum. Especially if it's a broad spectrum, checking homework is so much easier. Not that there should really be homework, but yeah, because people can't copy off each other without having the exact same project, which is going to be suspicious when you have anything that you could work on. Anyway, hey Gav, how was your stream? Sorry I didn't get to drop by yesterday. How was Blasphemous? You're still doing the flaskless run? My rants have potential, but not quite Maniac Preacher yet. Yeah, I think I'm specifically trying to stay away from Maniac Preacher. Too rational to start actually telling people that they need to act or be damned. You had computer classes where a teacher decided to pull out logo and you learned to make the turtle draw entagrams with repeat command. Nobody got out of that class any wiser about programming and its potential. Yeah, Logo Turtle is like the first hour of programming where you understand that you need to do everything, right? Nothing's really done for you. But you can't end on that. From there, you need to go on to why am I forgetting what it is? Oh, the game of life or something. That's one thing that we would teach. So, Conway's Game of Life. Conway's Game of Life is really cool. So you have to create an algorithm that just adheres to 4 simple rules, which are just, you have a buffer and you're going to go through and you're going to see how many neighbors something has. And if it has a certain number of neighbors, it either dies or it keeps living. And then you push it. It's like a really good way to understand, I don't know, some very high abstract concepts. Rip Conway? Was this recent? I assume anyone related to math has already died, which is probably very insulting. I feel like there's actually some really good people that are still alive. Oh, I don't know, Jim Blinn? Is Jim Blinn still alive? How about whoever Fong is? Jim Blinn doesn't have a death date. Yes, Jim Blinn. Excellent. Here we go. This guy made one of the best shaders you know of. Way to go, guy. I think. Ken Perlin. He's still alive. Man, Perlin. If he didn't make contact with aliens and slowly divulge secrets of math that we would never get otherwise, then I don't know where we would be. Stream was good? That's good. I actually made a political fake news site that got 250 hits a day off of Twitter traffic, and you were the first page on our Ate the Onion for one day. Hey, that's pretty big. So you finished Blasphemous 1. You couldn't do Flaskless. It was annoying. One boss. So you stopped it. You used Flasks, and now you're on number 2 now. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, flask lists. The people that I see doing hit list things in general, they do it forever. It's like a good way that the content never, I mean, it might get old, but like you always have the goal because it takes so long. You can always slightly one up yourself, but I never looked at it and thought it was easy. Mm-mm. Pandemic recently, I think? Ooh, that stinks. I don't know. There's like simple things that are really easy to do in programming that get you to know things. Like Logo Turtle really should start and stop on day one. Cool, the Conway program it is? Yeah, it is. Man, and it's a whole thing. Actually, let's scroll for a second if you didn't do it yourself. So it has the rules of like some cells live, some cells die, and some cells propagate, and then there's like some things. This is one of the cooler ones because it shoots, because it's a pattern that yeah, kind of spawns new life forms that get sent out. But there's all sorts of the spaceships are movers. Oscillators stay in the same place, but they just kind of like spin. And all of these can just like happen if you just start with some random points. So yeah, the glider gun I think is what we saw at the top. And it is nifty. What is this? Game of life on the surface of a toroidal trefoil knot. This is fascinating. Good job, math. You've done something exceptionally cool. I could watch that for a really long period of time. This is a hex version? Wonder if that one's as cool. Yeah, there's actually more documentation, I think, because I think I've seen bigger spaceships, like really big spaceships, and to find something that's like relatively stable is amazing. Anywho, I'll digress. Could that work in a substance graph? Maybe? Maybe they have a pixel processor that I've never ever used. Is it this one? Pixel processor. You put in an image. It has a per pixel function. I don't know if it can sample itself again though. That would kind of be necessary. But maybe. The idea is there. Yeah. Wonder if it would be worth trying to do. It'd be kind of cool to learn the pixel processor stuff, but I feel like it's going to be a huge rabbit hole. If I'm being really honest, it's just once you start getting into the graphs, you have full programming ability using nodes. But then, yeah, you have to learn how to hook into value processor too. I think there's even another one that allows you to go further down into like pattern creation, like scattering and stuff. Can you get it in a shader? You can paint on a model. I mean, yes, if you're doing the pixel processor for it, then yeah, you could apply that to the model. Trying to think, because I would have to get into it to actually find where the real problems would be. But in theory, you could even plug into the pixel processor images. This says input image 1. I don't know how to put in multiple, but if you could, then you could put in like your maps to give it world space projection abilities, because you should just need the world space normal and the world space position, and then you can kind of like read over the surface. So maybe. But then if we're in Substance Designer, the like paint on a model is always questionable. You can mask it onto a model. You can even do go into this. No time, but get float. Does this already have? Yeah, this already has a time. So you can make things that are procedural and animated. Just trying to think. So Conway's Game of Life, you want to have a starting seed, like you want to set a bunch of random blocks to be true and everything else is false. And then you're reading the texture from the frame before and influencing the next frame. So you might be able to do it, but you do need a buffer. I wonder if it wouldn't be easier to do something procedural, where the time plugs into something to give it an idea of how to draw the last frame and how to draw the next frame. I don't know. This is definitely a new medium for me to try that kind of algorithm in. Just thinking of chromatophores of cephalopoda skin. Oh, alright, I see what you mean. There's some way of controlling the patterns in the Conway system. I mean, so there's definitely ways of controlling the patterns. If you put down a specific pattern, it can turn into something else. Like when you put down the still lifes, they are still. They like fit the rules perfectly to not live or die, and they just stay. The oscillator is the same way. You just draw 3 in a row, up or down, and it oscillates. But yeah, this is also like an evolving algorithm. Like it is animated. So I'm wondering if the chromatophores... You know, that would be cool. I think that would be really nifty, actually. If you got an octopus to have Conway's Game of Life pieces on it, that would be nifty. Especially if anyone notices. It seems pretty complicated. I mean, yeah. It's definitely a step up from the logo turtle. So you need to be able to go through a 2D grid. You need to know and be comfortable with a buffer, which isn't hard, but you're kind of like looking through one image and putting the data into another. And then you swap the images. But it could be cool. I don't know where you would use it, but I feel like there's some production house out there that would be super impressed. Someone needs that eventually, right? Tron 7, Rise of the Sea Lords or something. Do those guys have some light sensing skin cells, or are you remembering something completely different? I think so. I think they have, what I remember is they have very rudimentary light sensors, almost like perennial eyes. Like a lizard can tell when something's above it or not. Not like sight, but it kind of gives you maybe a little bit more than an on-off. Might be like almost a floating value of how much light you're getting. And they use that to calculate just like a very rough, blurry image of what's underneath them so they can project on the other side, if I remember correctly. They are cool, aren't they? Yeah, if not, how would they do it? Because they can't really like turn to look at the ground underneath them. And the ground underneath them can shift, maybe quickly enough. That's not it. Let's kill that one. And try... I guess it's just this, right? If we make the scales... Okay, maybe less scale opacity. Okay. The lines are going to be more important for the color and the roughness. Not sure how they figure out what they need to change to blend in, but lots of octopus are colorblind, but somehow manage to match their environment or something like that. I wonder if their primary eyes are colorblind, and then maybe they just have... Again, I also thought they had some sort of sensor in their skin. Maybe that gives them very rudimentary color stuff. Because why do I remember something else about them avoiding red objects? Like octopuses just prefer never to interact with red if they don't have to. Probably like a jellyfish thing. You bet they can use the bioluminescence together with those sensor cells to scan the surface they land on? I like the idea. But the bioluminescence is not appropriate for every situation. Like, it can give away their location. It's like, who knows, maybe. There could be. But my gut would say, like, that might be more of a risk than a reward. Okay, what's on the list? Feet. Kinda. I'm gonna move on for now. Belly lining up. I should probably do that. Or lower jaw. Did I say I was gonna do roughness? Oh well. They're just weird enough to be able to do that? I mean, yeah, maybe, but the bioluminescence would need to be used so quickly But I kind of question, is there any length of light that you could emit that would still be invisible? Science, answer me this. Chromatophores are light absorbing cells, and iridophores are light bending cells to reflect. Okay, so the chromatophores are picking up the info, and the iridophores are the ones that are changing the skin surface to try and match it. Interesting. Stretch and squeeze cells around to change their colors. That's so nifty. Doesn't have to be invisible. It's against the surface they're already landed on. I know, Catalyst, but have you tried to do a render where you put a light behind something that should have a shadow? Or even if you already kind of made up for the shadow somehow, then the light is going to give you a rim light. Yeah, or even worse, it does somewhat illuminate the backdrop, and then you are kind of silhouetted. It would have to be such a minute amount of light. Like, I know what you mean. I don't know if ambience would be enough. I don't know if shadowing would be enough. I also don't know how, if they did use that, how much light they would actually need to trigger the sensors. Pretty interesting, though. Just be the moment it takes to build the camo pattern. But if you see them, the camo pattern is, I don't know, like at least 20 frames per second. Like it does kind of flow a bit, doesn't it? And now I need to look it up. Octopus camouflage in motion. Someone just find it for me. Okay, no, I'm wrong. The small muscle is called pupillae in their skin, allow them to change their bumpy or smooth. Don't we have pupillae for our, no, we have, is it erector pili? Seems similar though. There's a muscle that we have in our skin to lift the hairs up. But that's kind of cool. So bumpy or smooth, and then they can do a color shift, which is bending light. They pretty much have their own built-in normal maps, which is too cool. Honestly, way too cool. Wait, where's the belly? Okay, that's the one. One's so shiny, it won't be so bad. Okay. Heck, we're getting there. Belly lining up. That was the easiest thing we did today. The blue ring octopuses can control how bright the blue rings look. Really? I don't think I realized that. So they have legit bioluminescence, where the other ones are just bending light. Where bioluminescence is either fabricating or storing and re-emitting. So tiny. Are these the ones that are also poisonous? Are they fancy? Their little head frills. Oh, I like this one. That's a good look. And I want a cyberpunk octopus. That may or may not be very deadly. When they get freaked out, they go brighter to warn predators just how poisonous they are. I feel bad for the octopus ancestors that need to establish a signal for predators. There had to be like millions eaten, right? And every once in a while you still have a stupid creature that doesn't know. They're cool. I like when they stretch and get like the figure eight thing going on. It's mesmerizing. Love them. Oh, 545. Get in there. All right, so cut that out of that. We got still belly scales. Invert this guy. Not even that one. Could be this one. Oh, you're absolutely not. Oh. That can't be the. Oh, gotta be this one. Not quite. They don't make the implosion, they just collect lethal toxin bacteria from things they eat. From what you've heard, but one bite can kill 20 people. I mean, yeah, I don't think I mind where it comes from. It's gonna kill me, I'm gonna, give it wide berth. Where's this crap on the jaw coming from? Okay, yeah, that's not too bad. There's lots of space. What else are we getting? Is this one? There we go. We'll have to figure out what texture to actually put on there. At least it's not leftover crap. Hey, what's up, Get? Still working on the Gator? Yeah, I'm hoping it finishes soon, but I don't want to rush it too much. We're down to, well, let's check the list. Yeah, hope you're well. Hope you had a good weekend. Georgia, we'll just base stuff can be everything. Like back distortion, that'll be a little bit, and then roughness. Yeah, if things go well, tomorrow should be the last day of this, which will be really nice. Good night, zombie. See you tomorrow. Thanks for stopping by. So yeah, Kat, what are you up to this wonderful Monday? Yeah. Kind of want to end on time today. I should cut that out too. You know what? It'll be fine. Hopefully it does for you. Why, thank you. Thank you. This guy's cat in there. Couple more like height textures, like bump map stuff. Then we can just roughness the whole thing, get it a little bit shiny, make everything between scales a bit rough, make some of it a little bit more leathery. Then we can actually do a color, figure out what kind of albedo use, base color we want to do. And we could probably do anything. Because it's a monster from fantasy. Anyway. And then I'm pretty excited to get an animation done. I improved one of my animation tools, which allows me to take a forward walk cycle and turn it into a standing in place turn left and right, and a walking forward left and right turn, along with like strafe left and right, which gives me pretty much all of my locomotion that I need to fill out the Unity stuff to make a fully working character. Yeah, the tool worked like 90%, but then you had to clean up, and now I think I have it just working, so it'll be really nice to just see if we just make an animation, if it'll just work. Should be cool. And then you only really need like an attack and a death animation. Idle could be nice. But yeah, hopefully we'll just speed run the rest of it. Last time you were here, I asked what you do. You believe. Okay, sounds about right. And you program. Cool, okay. Were you a Unity user? So you're a C# programmer? But that is nifty. I like programming myself. We were talking about earlier that we should replace math in schools with programming. Like, get up to algebra and then replace algebra with programming. Show them Java or something. So yeah, you're in the right place. Oh, but then we got so sidetracked with Conway's Game of Life, and could you do Conway's Game of Life on a updating texture for like an octopus? It's got to be doable. Probably not efficient, but it's got to be doable. You know, I could probably make a shader to do that. Substance designer would be tricky though. You do C# in Unity, but you know C++. As you had to do a C++ game engine in college and know some C. Nice. Pixel Anatomist was just tinkering with C++ to make Maya plugins, which I'm also interested in because Maya. I know how to use their interpreted language. I know C#. Yeah, making C++ plugins seems like a natural evolution. Yeah, looking okay. I might tweak a few things like this front arm, forearm, scale size. Could maybe be a little bit smaller. I might actually paint the face. The face has a lot of little things going on, and to try and make a bunch of little textures to do that would be probably more work than it's worth. Cuttlefish skin might be more trippy. They hypnotize crabs with the patterns. I don't think I've seen that part. I've seen their mating stuff, especially when they do like half of their body. That's 6. All right, looking up one more thing. Cuttlefish, crab, hip, no. This will probably be the one that demonetizes us. It wasn't the last one. Okay. Well, thank you for that. That was cool. Anywho, yeah, I think we're gonna wrap up. Let's find somebody to raid. Who's doing a thing? Maybe drop off at Satolix? I don't think we can catch Grimy. I think he's on the way out. If Freeze is there in the crab's brain or something, pretty trippy. Yeah, right. I mean, I freeze. I'm just staring at it. I'm like, wait, there was a crab? Anywho, yeah, let's check out. Maybe Jern. We haven't seen Jern in a while. I mean, we saw him in the channel today, but we haven't rated him in a bit. So cool. He's working on a game jam. The Jern game jam. They're a week in, I believe. And it's some assembly required is the theme. So it's cool. I love tile sets. We're gonna make more tile sets soon, I promise. Anyway, yeah, thank you everyone, all my lurkers, my chatters, my VOD watchers. I appreciate each and every one of you very much. Please stick around for the raid if you don't mind. I'll see you tomorrow between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. You can check the Discord to find out when I go live, get an announcement, see what I've been working on, post what you're working on, all that fun stuff. But yeah, besides that, good. We had a very productive day. Thank you for joining me. I hope to see you tomorrow, and that's it. I'm rambling now. Bye-bye. Right, really? Hi, Raiders. Hi, we're like currently in the raid countdown for Irish Jern. It's good to see you. Thanks for the raid. I really appreciate it. Bye, Gab. Thanks for the raid. Edom, thanks for the raid. Back to say bye. Hope to see you tomorrow. I hope that your wife is feeling better, and I hope you don't actually get sick. Yep. Those are my wishes. We out. Yep, you raided me while the raid countdown was on. Bye.